turned it on. I turned it on. Yep. You're welcome. Am I too loud in the mic? I need to lower my voice. Okay, because I got a backlash. Somebody said I was too loud. They emailed it too. That last line.
I don't agree. I think you can project. That's what we need, so that it's clear,
Yeah.
it's articulate, it's clear, it's loud, so there can be no discrepancy in what was said.
That's true.
I think we should just keep going.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, Artie. Good. How are you?
All right, is set in yet?
No, it hasn't.
A great ride.
Yeah. Well, you know, tomorrow's my last day.
Your last day as the staff person.
Yeah, I had to resign. So that's fine. So I'm resigning. And then I already got clearance from the mayor to do my swearing in here.
Oh, you're doing it. Oh, okay.
But on the second,
On the second floor.
outside on a Saturday.
Oh, okay.
So I wanted to invite you to the business conference.
Okay, okay.
I'm not seeing it. You better verify when you.
I forgot my other book. Go get it.
Oh, you want?
The city attorney's talking like that? That would work. Hope it was recorded.
He said he didn't think you could hear it.
Yeah. I got great hearing.
But the mayor showed that,
What'd you say?
the mayor showed that there's these now microphones over in.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, great.
Really hear you.
Yeah.
You can't even tell how we're looking.
We're actually we're all smiling. Right.
Smiling ear to ear.
I worked detectives before, I can see the eyes.
We got you
All
fooled.
about that body language,
It's all in the
you
eye.
know? You got the captain back there, she knows what's up, she's watching you guys, she's checking you out.
You can't see Ken's eyes because they're all fogged up.
I'm lucky, that's what I do.
No, Ken figured out the trick.
Yeah, over the mask. not
No,
under.
what I usually do, I like those blue ones, but every now and then I get comments that say,
What kind of comment?
"Don't look professional, why am I walking around with those doors?"
Nobody says anything to me.
You know? But I like what Councilman Franklin said about twisting it on the ears, because that kept it down, I could breathe better, it didn't fog up my
He's
glasses.
scoring all kinds of brownie points, huh?
Short timer can get away like that.
Right?
Hey, those turkeys yesterday were huge. Man, 15 pounders, man, I was like, dang. Folks loved it.
It was an Epsom salt bath moment.
Yeah.
Even the boxes were 20 pounds. All those boxes, and then you had the tote bags, and then you also had the turkey that was 10, 15 pounds.
Wow, that's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
2,600 of them.
Sounds like.
Oh my gosh.
And we had a bunch of stations, so it just went on real smooth.
Did you guys get rid of everything?
Gone,
That's awesome.
gone.
That's nice. Very nice. That's right.
We had overcast to begin with, and then it finally came out.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
But as my Leprechaun friend would say, there's a many a slip between the cup and the lip.
Mm.
Because the media announced they had this giveaway and had people that were on the list. Then decided, well, let me come in and reap the harvest.
Oh,
Only
no.
to find out that, well, you're not on the list, we have a nice day. And so they vented as they went out there.
Yeah. Mm. I saw the mayor. I saw him too. I saw him that way.
This is the savor of the moment. Sorry, you guys. We call to order the council, you know the meeting be over by now. Call to order the council meeting of November 24th, 2020. Please place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag
United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. A quorum is present for the City Council, Successor Agency, Housing Authority, and Joint Powers Authority.
So, we can take public comment by telephone by calling either of the following numbers. Just 1 second. Just making sure. Okay. 888-251-2949 or 215-861-0694 using access code for today of 565599 #.
Mayor, repeat the number again, please.
Okay, well, let's do it again. 888-251-2949 or 215-861-0694 using the access code 565-8599 #. So with that, we'll address public comments. Any person wishing to address the council, successor agency, housing authority, joint powers authority, on items on today's agenda at this time may do so. Operator, are there any callers?
We do have one.
Go
Your
ahead.
line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Again, we have a packed agenda, and 3 minutes is not enough time to address all the items. Number 3, H2JPA-1, regarding the minutes and all the dates, we did not, they were during the COVID shutdown, and there's no response in the comments because we were told that City Hall was closed. So you guys are able to pass items without comment or objection or our knowledge. Number 12, the CARES Act funds plans. I hope that you guys have plans to assist single-family property homeowners as you have raised our taxes, reassessed us, and keep on assessing us and making increases, and we are being ignored and we are suffering greatly. Number 8 and number 11, master agreement and licenses with the feds and others. That you guys are asking us to allow you guys to have carte blanche regarding $10,000 to $10 million of matching funds without going to council. I understand that's going to be a requirement for the feds, but you won't be going to the council and notably the citizens. There's no transparency with you guys anyway, and we've learned we can't depend on the council or the city for information, so it's very unfair. Number 11, I'm concerned that light poles map was not legible, and we need to institute restrictions regarding residential use of those for any kinds of wireless or 5G. We're concerned about our health, the aesthetics, and it appears it's for the stadium and the arena and for their convenience and not about us. And shouldn't be any rush since we have a new political system in place after these past elections, and the FCC ruling might change. We'd like to have you do impact studies. Regarding O-1, Ordinance 2102, it seems you're trying to beat the January 2021 deadline. The state has $4,700 per donor regarding elections. $100,000 per donor for the city of Inglewood is excessive. It creates an uneven playing field, and also you guys can transfer general funds to whomever you want to, and it doesn't seem as though you ever want to make the outreach or the cash outlay to the citizens, and you haven't done that regarding the census, COVID, voting, or anything else we've asked you about, and it's very difficult to get any information, and you're not doing the outreach. Number 6, AT&T, LA Ricks, the right of refusal has been pushed till 10 years to make a deal to put those the new infrastructure for the FCC, which is a very important thing in there, and for the emergency stuff. But AT&T is notorious for not delivering and non-responsiveness. You guys have known for a decade that they don't even provide residential service, and the fiber optics that they've been telling us they were providing as advertised, and they have not fixed the infrastructure. And residents like me are at the end of the loop, and there's a number of hubs, and California's are cash cow. It also has to do with the 5G deployment. The length of time to fix the water mains, way too long, and the citizens were ignored too long.
Okay.
The billboard with WOW Media,
Ms.
the copy
Kraft,
with the clerk is not enough.
Ms. Kraft, your time. Thank you very much.
We do have one more public comment.
Go right ahead.
Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Mayor Bush, this is Gil Matthew, District 4. Everything Ms. Kraft said I agree with 100%. This council has been dysfunctional for years. And I think it's incumbent on you to have 7 p.m. meetings so people can become informed. And I don't know why you hesitate on involving the residents. And you talk about, well, Gil, Council LA have it at 10 o'clock. There's no city in the South Bay. So are you so smart that you can have it at 2 p.m. and no city in the South Bay would allow it? Come on, man. Now, on the agenda itself, on the warrant register, you have funding with no organization. And I don't understand what you have at Well in Fields and Esparza. You got to evaluate them and remove them. I don't know what kind of information they're giving you, and you talking what they say to you, and it's no nonsense. And on the general fund, on the agenda, in the general funds, now you're $10 million deficit. I understand that. You tell Gil, well, you don't understand. I understand all of it. If your expenditures exceed your projected revenues, you're going to have a deficit. But now, if you're going to not control your spending and you're going to spend anyway, then you're going to add to your deficit. Now, you had a special meeting. You spent over $1 million with an ENA, with a project with the Clippers to 24. Now, what are you doing about the here and now? And then you got money you're spending even now on general fund that could be deferred. You're talking about a plumbing, a pipe somewhere on 80th Street. Well, hell, if the project ain't finished, then defer it. It's nothing leaking. So what you're going to go and spend some more general fund? And I'm concerned with Atwell. You giving Atwell a free hand on contracts, and I don't understand that either. And you got contracts you're giving on sound installation with a one-man operation. on 110th and Main or 111th and Main.
Mr. Matthew, you're at time, sir.
And we have one other comment come through.
Go right ahead.
Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, my name is Curtis. I would like to do a verbal complaint. I tried to file one with the Inglewood Police Department.
Okay, Curtis,
They
I
denied.
already mute him right now. Okay, so tell that caller he can do that at the end. Right now, we're going on agenda items, and we're glad to hear his complaint at the end. Are there any other callers?
Not at this time.
All right. So then we'll go on to item 1, CSA 1 and H1.
Warrant register.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Council members, successor agency members, and housing authority members, Dotson.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Chairman Buds.
Aye. PH1?
Yes, Mayor. The next scheduled meeting is a public hearing to consider an ordinance amending Inglewood Municipal Code, Chapter 12, including zoning code amendment 2020-003 to modify self-storage facility regulations citywide.
You know, I didn't get my little script.
I did. It's there.
It is?
Yes, sir.
Oh, no. They cheat. It wasn't yellow.
We're saving
I'm
money.
so confused.
Yellow paper's expensive.
Valerie.
So tell
We'll
Gil.
order some for
Tell Gil
January.
we're saving money. Has the notice of the hearing been given in a time, form, and manner as required by law, and do you have the affidavit on file?
Notice has been given and an affidavit is on file, Mayor.
Have any communications been received on the matter?
No communications have been received in the city clerk's office.
Mr. City Manager, is there our staff report on the matter?
Yes, Ms. Mindy Wilcox, Planning Manager, will give the staff report.
Mindy.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Today before you for your consideration is a zoning code amendment to modify regulations for self-storage facilities citywide. These proposed changes were prompted by a moratorium on self-storage facilities that was established by the council on July 16, 2019, and that is currently set to expire on January 12, 2021. Since the establishment of the moratorium, staff has conducted research and analysis of self-storage facilities in the development of proposed regulations specific to Inglewood. And on November 4th, the Planning Commission considered and recommended for approval a draft ordinance. The ordinance at hand would formally allow new or expanded self-storage facilities in the C3, M1, and M1L zones on sites of minimum 22,000 square feet in size and subject to approval of a special use permit. Existing facilities not located in those zones would be considered legal nonconforming and could be renovated but not expanded. No. As part of the special use permit requirements, a new finding would also be required and established aimed at ensuring the facility is compatible with surrounding development and enhances the neighborhood. And for your reference, this slide shows the locations of existing facilities with small red stars and the zones where they're proposed to be allowed, subject to a special use permit. Yeah, the light blue is the pale light blue is M1L, the turquoise is M1, and the purple is C3. Also, as part of the ordinance, additional minor changes would be made to establish a definition for self-storage and for conformance with other sections of the code. And that concludes a summary of the proposed changes that have been included in the ordinance from the Planning Commission, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Are there any comments from the public that wish to address the council? Operator, are there any callers?
We do have one comment. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
First of all, with the new COVID-19 rules, we're not clear on what we need to do when there's a public hearing. So there are people who would have submitted paperwork. When you guys did the moratorium, I immediately saw a development on Centinela. And then also, we have more than enough storage unit and storage places per square mile for the city of Inglewood, and they can go elsewhere for the storage. This is all about the new development. We're being overdeveloped. We should be developing housing, green space, and combating industrial pollution, and also the increase in traffic pollution, which is coming from the new things like the stadium and all of those kinds of things. So we don't need any more storage facilities here in the city of Inglewood. It's not making the neighborhoods look prettier, and we don't need them. So please keep the moratorium on them and don't just go for the money. Thank you.
We have one other comment.
Go right ahead.
Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Also, this is Gil Matthew, District 4, man, but now these storage facilities. Now, come on, man. Here you have investors. You almost have $1 million per mile in investment in Inglewood. And here you talking about storage facilities. How many jobs did he create? It's one job, one person on a storage facility. So you're talking about jobs. The storage facilities are nothing more than what you call land banking of future development at a cheap price. And if you so much have any kind of staff going to recommend that on analysts, I don't know who you hiring. You're well paid, and who you hiring? Yes, man. It's nobody worth their sense to have a low investment for the city of Inglewood, investing $1 million per square mile. You have investment over $9 million projected, and the storage facility have what? You're gonna have trailer parks. Are you gonna have parks? Are you gonna come in and for the football game? Or are you gonna have hazardous space, hazardous project to it? But this city needs leadership, and they need a new city council, and they need a new staff. You are not ready for prime time. And evaluate these city administrators. They have no knowledge as far as financing. None of them. None of them. And you're paying $400,000. Get some competent people hired. Or you just want them to listen to you, and then they're gonna pay. You're gonna pay them, and then you're gonna pay the council $125,000 each, two of them. You paid two of them to get hired. You fool the people. And they've been I ever since you brought them on board. That's Padilla and the other one sitting there to the left of Padilla, or to the right of Padilla. Now, you paid them with a loan, not illegal. And if you did not pay them, then correct me. But I read the 460s, and you gave them $125,000 each to replace Dunlap and Stevens. And you've been doing this for years. You're a human being, but your politics are not ready for prime time. Everybody knows it. There's nothing you sit up here and
that'll be time.
We
Operator,
had one more public comment come in.
Okay. Caller, this time, though, you're going to have to address the item on public comment. We kind of rolled with Mr.
Hello?
Hey, we're gonna have to stick with PH1. Go ahead.
Oh, am I on? Okay.
Absolutely.
I just had a concern. I'm a new property owner in Inglewood, and I'm also a business owner. I own business owners in New York, and I also own one in downtown Los Angeles. And even being in Inglewood, I'm trying to invest in my community where I own a property, and I'm coming across a lot of situations where people have come in and purchased a lot of commercial space, and then they're trying to rent at very high prices. And I am a black business owner, and I know a few others as well who have talked to me, and we have all talked about investing and probably opening up a storefront, but it's so expensive. So how do you, as Inglewood, support future black business owners by controlling the rent, helping with financial or anything? Because it kind of seems like, and I don't want to think this, but it kind of seems like everyone's waiting to get these big corporate companies to come in and open up their businesses. But then now, all these other small businesses you won't even have in here. So Inglewood will soon be like another community where there's no black businesses and a whole bunch of corporate and commercial businesses coming in. So how do we work around this so we can also support not just the black community by bringing in these companies, but also the black entrepreneur by supporting them and helping them open up businesses in these commercial spaces? And also I had a question about the.
Sir, are you there? No, you can let him talk, operator. I wanted to tell him something. Is he still online?
Yes, he's still on. Can you please press pound 2 for me?
Sir, can you hear me? Sir?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Norman Lee.
Okay, Norman, here's the thing. Back in 2012, 2011, 2013, property was very cheap here in Inglewood to buy, cheap to rent, and nobody wanted it. And then the council did a number of things. Police department did a great job with crime. The council started to fix the infrastructure. We got interest from entertainment companies, and then property values started to go up. The reality is all this land is privately held, and we have no right to tell people that they must sell their land at a devalued price. Now, and so we took a little different tack when it came to rents. When we became convinced that investors were coming in and buying up mom and pop apartment buildings, we imposed rent control and limited to 3% a year for the next 5 years. In every one of our development agreements, every single one, for the farm rehabilitation, for the SoFi Stadium, for the Clippers arena, we have a local hire goal of 35%, so that those jobs will be available for local people. Now, we don't single out people by color. Our focus is on residents, that the residents that are here should have the opportunity to participate in what the city's become. And we do empathize with small businesses.
Does he know what we're doing here, Mayor? Maybe we should,
As far as you talking
the
about?
action we're taking, because it's taken up, if you think we're doing
You
something.
talking about for COVID?
No, in general, the action we're taking on the public hearing, just to
Oh,
clarify with him that what we're doing now
and I
doesn't
have-
affect what he's talking about.
Right.
And I am educating myself more about Inglewood as well. And I have reached out, which people have been helpful. I don't know if I tried to catch this meeting, but I know Mr. Dotson. I've reached out to his office, and they've been very helpful, just in educating me on what's going on. I just feel like yes, they can give jobs. I'm not about color, so I don't want to steer this in the wrong direction. But about residents, they can offer jobs, but that's still working for someone else. So what do you have that's helping entrepreneurs and business owners open up businesses?
Okay, so here's the thing. The reality is that we don't pick winners and losers in the business world. We're not allowed to do that. But we do have a very active Chamber of Commerce, and they will connect you with resources. For instance, when PPP money was available, they gave small business people direction on how to keep their businesses afloat with PPP money. The chamber has resources to steer you to places to learn how to put together a pro forma, develop a business plan. See, by the very nature of business, it's competitive. And because of that, the city can't use its resources to pick winners and losers. And so, you know,
I got it.
You got me? So, you know, I'm hearing you, and I
But, hey,
empathize.
can I make one more? Can I make one more statement real quick? I'm sorry.
Sure.
I don't want to hold people up or anything.
Sure.
I think my initial thing was about, meaning I know you can help people with business plans, and honestly, that's the beginning, you know, helping them understand, you know, financing and how to go get money and stuff like that. But also, let's say they have their plan. Let's say they have some money, but now they come into a place where, oh, you know what? How about this? Can I just email? Do you give that information, and maybe I can speak to you because I can hear what you have to say. I can email you and have some more questions
I'm
later.
MayorJamesButts@gmail.com.
I appreciate it.
That's easier to remember than my city. It's jbutts@cityofinglewood.org, but nobody remembers that.
Okay, jbutts@thecityofinglewood.org.
Yeah.
I will email you. Thank you for
All right.
taking my question.
Are you welcome, sir? Operator, any other callers?
None at this time.
Okay, so,
Mayor, I'd like to comment.
yeah, of course you can, yeah. Yes.
Now?
Let me close the public comment. I'm gonna close public comment. And now we have it open for council comments and then for motions. Go ahead, Councilman.
So first of all, I would be remiss if I didn't thank Mayor James T. Butts Jr. for assisting me in District 4, because we had not one, not two, but three storage facilities that wanted to come on prime property in the district that would have had a significant impact on some major developments that was coming in District 4. So when we started to investigate, and he helped me implement the moratorium so we could then reevaluate this, and we extended it so we had better clarity, because there are language in the Inglewood Municipal Code had an omission to address these issues specifically, and that's why we brought it up. So I do want to say, one, thank you, and two, that we're now going to implement a process if and when the council opts to have a future storage facility. Here's the conditions. But I want to make sure under the language under self-storage facility definition that it does not include any type of living dwelling, no accessory dwelling units or anything of that imply that a person could dwell in it, even though it just says storage spaces. So if you take care of that or tweak that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, any other comments? You know, and I definitely want to affirm, sir, that's what this is all about.
Exactly.
It's about regulating the use of land to a better use. And you know, Mr. Matthew, I didn't say anything to him because, you know, he has everything pretty confused, but that's what this is about. And so we hear you. We want to make as much land available for the best use, and that's what we're doing. If there are no other comments, would anybody like to?
So I move for the affirming a category exemption.
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Council members Dotson.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye.
I move to waive further reading.
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Council members Dotson.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye. Now introduce the ordinance. Madam Clerk, what's the next scheduled matter?
Yes, Mayor. The next scheduled matter is a public hearing to consider taking final action on the proposed substantial amendments to the fiscal year 2020 through 2021 Annual Action Plan to reallocate program funds for the minor home repair program in the amount of $276,553.
Has the notice of the hearing been given in a time, form, and manner as required by law? And do you have the affidavit on file?
Mayor, notice has been given in the time, form, and matter, and we have an affidavit on file.
Madam Clerk, have we received any communications?
No communications have been received, Mayor.
Is there a staff report, Mr. Fields?
Yes, Mr. Roberto Chavez, HUD manager, will give the staff report.
Welcome, Roberto.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council and members of the public. Thank you very much for your time and attention. The matter before you today is conduct a public hearing to receive public comment and take final action on a proposed substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2020 and 2021 annual action plan to reallocate funds for the minor home repair program. This program is specifically to benefit homeowners in the city of Inglewood. And just a little background, essentially, the public hearing is to receive public comment on the implementation of the minor home rehab program for 2020-21 fiscal year. Due to the COVID-19, the minor home repair program was delayed for about 3 months, and the contractor that was selected was unable to complete the proposed number of homes projected to be completed. Therefore, the CDBG division will fund and manage the implementation of the minor home repair program in fiscal year 2021 to complete the proposed number of homes using the unexpended CDBG funding of approximately $267,000 from the previous year. With that, Mayor and Council, I'd be happy to take any comments.
Are any persons online who wish to address the council on this matter? Operator?
At this time, I do not see anyone.
All right, if there are no council comments, is there anyone that wants to
I'll
move
move
adoption?
adoption.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Council members Dotson.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye. We're going to move the consent calendar. I'm going to pull item 13. Is there a motion to move?
items 2 through 12.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Council members Dotson.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye. Before we move on to 13, I want to make a note that there has been a change, that instead of an agreement to have 4 boards constructed and derive $100,000 bonus per phase and a minimum rent of $780,000 per year as a minimum, we're going to approve 3 boards, dropping the one-time bonus per phase to $600,000, dropping the minimum rent from $65,000 per month to $50,000 a month, and the guarantee per billboard from $780,000 to $600,000. With that change, is there?
The location is what. we
Oh,
need to clarify.
the location that was
That has
dropped
been removed.
was North La Brea, La Brea Avenue in Manchester.
Correct. So the remaining boards are,
The remaining boards, Club Drive and Century, Crenshaw and Manchester. Oh, wait a minute.
And Florence.
North La Brea and West Florence.
And Florence and La Brea.
correct.
Wait, hold on a second, though. I think this report, the report I have, X's out Florence and La Brea.
No, it just moved it up.
Oh,
But they
oh.
wrote it- moved it from
Oh,
where
so
Yeah.
it deleted number 4 and made it number 3.
Correct.
You are such a genius, my man. See, that's why you're the senior guy.
Thank you, man.
I got it. Okay, so board number 3 becomes La Brea and Florence. Okay.
So
So,
moved.
Second.
Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Council members Dotson.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
I'm sorry. Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye. DR1.
Staff report recommending the receiving and filing of the revised general fund revenues and expenditure comparison depicted in the fiscal year 2020 through 2021 budget book to clarify a change that was made in the fiscal year 2020 through 2021 annual budget.
We'll receive and file DR2.
Staff report recommending the appointment and confirmation of Linda Collins, Inglewood Housing Authority, Section 8 tenant participant as Commissioner number 6 to the Housing Advisory Commission.
Okay, you're gonna make the motion to appoint and
Yeah,
confirm?
move, appoint, and confirm.
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Council members Yeah, we're gonna stick with council, yes, council members. Let me take that back, because we're dealing with the housing authority. So I'm gonna put it as a housing,
Have you called the roll for that?
yeah, we.
Did she call it at the
Housing
beginning?
is already open, yes. So we're gonna go with housing authority members Dotson.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Chairman Buds.
Aye, 01.
Staff report recommending adoption of ordinance number 21-02, establishing maximum campaign contribution limits for the city of Inglewood elected officials and candidates of $100,000 per donor per election cycle.
Motion to wait for the reading.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Council members Dotson.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye. Move adoption.
Second.
Is there gonna be any discussion?
Well, we can discuss it if you like. Okay, so we will recess for 2 minutes. We will not take the vote. The mayor has some comments on this item.
Okay. I got the roll call vote, but I don't know, you don't think I did a roll call vote? Before they go to number 13, so what they did was they moved, 2 through 12, and then we called the roll, and then we went to 13, yeah. What's wrong?
What, the motion on the wild billboards?
On 13?
I heard him say
Yeah.
the mitigated negative.
Yeah, we had Morales and Franklin.
As to the mitigated negative declaration.
Yes.
He
Yeah.
started with that.
There's 2 parts.
Yeah.
There's 2 parts, and Ken is asking, did we correctly,
I think he made both motions.
parts?
I think he made both.
Because he's saying we were referencing the agreement when we moved adoption. So we didn't.
That was my
clear-
question.
I mean, I guess it could be inferred, but we can clarify it, it's not a big deal to go back if you want, just to make
Yeah.
sure. Right, Royce?
Yes.
We can clarify it as well.
I didn't hear it. Well, I know I heard.
We'll clarify it,
Okay,
Ken.
that's fine.
That's a good point.
So who do you have that voted on 2 and 3, item 13?
I have, Morales and Franklin.
I thought these are move items 1 or 2.
That's what I thought too. Cause I just put it big, like if it's individually voted on, I put them side by side. But I thought I heard 1 and 2.
And the difference would be if on the public hearing,
Right.
page 1, I did that separate.
Yes, you did. Yep, and I have it separately written down, so.
And I think part of it, Ken, is that we usually clarify 1 and 2, but that, even when we do it, it's actually not necessary pertaining to certain acts, so. Right now, we just didn't do it, and we're accustomed to doing it, so we can clarify, but I
No,
don't
that's
think.
fine. If everyone's agreeing that they've done 1 and 2, that's what the minutes would reflect that the motion was made.
Yeah, because usually we say that, but in the minutes, it only reflects it as an entire item,
Okay.
which is accurate.
Okay.
But it's up to you, we could clarify.
No, that's fine.
Should I just leave it alone then?
Yeah.
Remember you said you hope this meeting goes.
Okay. Are there any comments by the council?
I would just say that I would just like to clarify the fact that this item is being addressed due to the fact that the state has adopted new laws to identify limits for candidates throughout the state, and we had not addressed it here in the city of Inglewood, which is why this item is on board now. So just to clarify for the public.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other council comments?
No.
I have one comment. Just one second.
Well, and also following up, if I may, with Councilman Morales, the last sentence of a staff report, that this will allow the city to retain local control and not rely on the state default restrictions. Thank you.
And also, the reality is that Inglewood has, like many cities, has had no limits on campaign contributions. And this ordinance is in response to legislation by the state that specifically, by law, allowed cities to set their own limits for contributions, as opposed to what would become a mandate if you didn't have your own law. And there are some people that would say, well, why should Inglewood have higher limits than what the state feels? Because let me tell you, the reality of this is that there was a federal court decision that said corporations are entities and they get to donate as a form of free speech. And so what does that mean? That means that they can donate unlimited sums of money to political action committees to determine the outcome of elections. It means that corporations, which have, compared to individuals, unlimited sums of money, can contribute to political action committees to determine elections. It means that unions have the same power because they collectively can pull money. And that's great because it's all free speech. But to say that the candidate doesn't have the right to raise sufficient sums of money to be competitive in a race is ridiculous. We had an election recently where a corporation from New York,
that's okay, I like
several millionaires, one billionaire, contributed over $1 million to a candidate that said he moved into the city 30 days prior. Now, think about it. And then to say that a candidate who's willing to go out, spend their time to campaign, try and raise funds to be competitive, should be severely disadvantaged, doesn't make any sense. And so the only thing that's changed is from being able to have an unlimited donation, we set a ceiling of $100,000. And I want to make that very clear. So what the council's doing right now, they're choosing for the city independence as opposed to reliance upon heavily funded entities to allow them to be competitive in an election. Anyway, that's my comment. So we will call for a vote.
Yes, Mayor. Council members Dotson.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye. Are there any reports, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. We had 3 closed session items. The first one was a closed session regarding the negotiations with the labor groups that we have. As to that, a status was given to the city council and no direction given to staff. As to CS2 was a closed session regarding the workers' compensation claim of Mark Freed. As to that, there's a request for a settlement authority in the amount of $80,892.50.
And I so move.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Council members Dotson.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye. A2?
And Mayor, as to the last one was CS3, was Gloria Gonzalez versus the City of Inglewood. As to that, status was given to the city council and direction given to staff. As to A2, there's no reports from the city attorney's office.
Thank you, CM1.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no oral reports from the city manager's office.
CC1.
No reports, Mayor, thank you.
CSA2.
Approval of the minutes of the meeting held on June 23rd, 2020, June 30th, July 7th, July 14th, and July 21st, 2020.
Move approval.
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Successor agency members, Dotson.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Chairman Buds.
Aye. Adjourn the successor agency. H2.
Approval of the minutes of the meetings held on June 23rd, June 30th, July 7th, July 14th, and July 21st, 2020.
Move approval.
Second. Madam Clerk.
Housing Authority members, Dotson.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Chairman Buds.
Aye. Adjourn the Housing Authority. JPA1.
Approval of the minutes of the meetings held on June 30th and July 21st, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Joint Powers Authority members, Dotson.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Chairman Buds.
Aye. Adjourn the Joint Powers Authority. There are no appointments to boards or commissions. Is there any public comment regarding other matters? Operator, is there anybody on the line?
We do have one public comment.
Go right ahead.
Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
That was a good spin you put on the campaign funds. It's all backwards. If you limit each person to $4,700 as the state has, that means the corporations can't be giving more than $4,700 per person. And you would also actually have to go out and actually talk to the people and meet them. In addition, Mayor Butts, Councilman Padilla, Artie Fields, and also Louis Atwell, you owe me phone calls. You need to respond to my emails, and you need to address the things that are personal and property safety issues that I've told you about, and also that are have to do with my quality of life. You have not responded at all, and this has been years for some of you. Some of you have promised me meetings, and they haven't happened. So, $100,000 for each of you, also from your cohorts, and from wherever else you want to get it, and from the general fund. That's a ton of money. It omits a lot of people from running. That's what this is about, people. Be aware. Be aware that this is a farce that they're telling you, and they're putting down your throats, and they're spending our money. Our money pays for those elections for elected officials.
Thank you.
We do have two more.
Okay. Well, anyway, hold on a second. So, Ms. Kraft, you're inaccurate. There's unlimited amounts that can be given to a political action committee. That political action committee can do the same things that a candidate can do. They can support another candidate. They can send out derogatory literature about another candidate. They can do everything the candidate can do, and they can put unlimited sums of money towards that. So no, what you do is you put a person, a candidate, at an extreme disadvantage when there's a limit for the candidate and no limit for a political action committee. Someone could put $1 million into a PAC to run against you. So anyway, next caller.
And your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Gil Matthew, District 4. Man, but I am not confused. You got it?
Got you.
So don't take that out your playbook. Gil Matthew is not confused. I've been there and done that, okay?
Okay.
Now, you went to Morningside. Did you go to Morningside?
I went to Crenshaw High.
No, you went to Morningside. Come on, man. You graduated from Crenshaw. I have people in the area who was your classmates. So just stop it.
They just want to say they know me, Gil.
If what? I know you very well from a little boy coming up the hill going on 8th Avenue. Come on, man.
I grew
And then you come around the corner from me talking about you live in the garage. Come on. You went through all that
I grew
stuff
up on
when you
2nd
got
Avenue in
elected.
L.A., Gil.
Hey, but
Anyway, I'd like to do
okay.
this all day with you, but operator, that's his time.
No, that.
Are there any other callers?
We do have one more. Your line has been unmuted.
Hi,
how's it going, City Council and Mayor Bud? I would like to give more than a minute, Mayor Bud, from our conversation. You caught myself regarding
Curtis, that's just not going to be possible, but go ahead.
Okay, well, I'm doing a verbal police report because your police department decided against the right to file a police report. I called you on the phone, reached out to the chief, his secretary, and Lieutenant DeWalt. So you come up that capping the property matter or you ministry, Centella, have a complaint with me. Then I called you on the phone and I told you that same cop that to me, he's the one who threatened to arrest me because he called me a snitch. And I called the chief. I'm going to send somebody down here. So Sergeant Hand came down there and he threatened Kathleen Richardson and said she don't report and get arrested and arrest her. On the phone, he was on vacation. I let him on it because you came by the center and I told y'all about the elite that was filled and all the other stuff inside that building. You came by, right? And when I told you about Kathy Richardson said that she was your girlfriend.
Okay, operator, we're at time. Operator, any more calls?
Not at this time.
Okay, and I'm going to enter an email, give to the city clerk from Zalima Caballero Ortiz. You guys correct me if I'm wrong in that pronunciation. Caballero. Well, you had a little more caballero in there. All right. An email from her, and I can't be sure, but I think an email from Carmen Diaz that it'll just be maintained by the city clerk. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we'll close public comment, and then we'll go to mayor and council remarks. Councilman Dotson, did you have any comments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to say how wonderful the turkey giveaway was. It took a lot of cooperation from a whole lot of people to get that done. So I want to thank our sponsors, SoFi Stadium, Pepsi, Rams, Chargers, Clippers, Marvin Group, Donley Farms, Sentinel Hospital, True Family Enterprise, and Snoop Dogg. He has been very consistent. He's been here every year with us. So we really appreciate him and his money and his help. I also want to thank the people in our city who make this thing really work. Without these people,
hold on. Your new name is the other guy, but if you back that up, you'd see that was not a Morningside jacket.
I'm sorry?
No, I was your picture. See that's not a Morningside jacket. Those are Crenshaw High colors. Just so we know. Go ahead.
Yeah, looks like it to me. Okay. Without these people and some volunteers, this would not be possible. I want to thank Sabrina Barnes, Denisa Johnson, the city staff, and many volunteers that helped with the distribution of 2,500 turkeys and fixing. That was no easy job. I especially want to thank my commissioners who came out and worked and stuffed bags the night before. Julie Minton, Michelle Hicks, and the youth commissioner, Malik Diaz, and members of his Inglewood Youth Foundation. They have stuffed the bags and the fixing that went along with the turkey. Now last but not least, I want to thank my assistant, Alicia Smith, who coordinated the distribution of 200 turkeys to our senior citizens. I really appreciate that. I want to wish everybody a very happy, safe, and smart Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Councilman Padilla, District 2.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Just first off, want to echo what Councilman Dotson just said about everybody that was involved in yesterday's successful turkey giveaway. Those turkeys were like 15 pounds each, and that's not including the boxes of all the fixings. So people were blessed yesterday that received them. I had an opportunity to deliver them, Ramon and I, to families that couldn't get out and in our district. So I want to thank everybody for helping do that. I also want to let folks know I just received an email from a resident saying that if anybody is still in need of turkeys, Jackson Limousine still has several turkeys available. They're located at 5856 West Boulevard, 5856 West Boulevard. And if you would enter off of 59th and Crenshaw, and they plan to be out there till 5 o'clock this evening, 5 or 6, depending on how they're doing. But if you're still in need of a turkey, please stop by. I also want to thank Donald Goodman from Donnelly Farms. Last week, we worked with his company. They're located here in District Number 2. They donated well over 450 boxes of food that contained meat and shredded cheese, and we were able to give those to families here in Inglewood and to other nonprofits as well, one of them being the St. Margaret Center. So I want to thank Donald Goodman for his generosity and his kindness, donating over 450 boxes. I also want to remind folks that City Hall is going to be closed for the holiday season December 18th, and will reopen on the 4th of January. And we're giving you guys the heads up, so if there's anything you need to get done here at City Hall, you need to submit any paperwork, or you need to reach anybody here from staff, please do so in a timely manner, because it's always interesting how many folks will call during that 2-week holiday season. They go, we didn't know. You know, we've been doing this for several years, and we just want to make sure folks understand that that time is coming on December the 18th through January the 3rd. We'll be back open on the 4th. I also want to remind folks that our District 2 toy and canned food drive will be on December the 5th at the Community Center at La Cienega and Fairview. If you want to come by and drop off any toys or any canned food, please come by. We'll be there from 10 to 2. Also as important is if you know any families in the Inglewood area that are in need, if we can help them, please have them call my office, 310-412-8601, 412-8601. Contact Ramon, and we'll do our best to accommodate any folks that call. I also want to thank, we did a couple of, our staff came up here and gave their reports. And, if anybody's ever done these, it's kind of nerve-wracking to get up here because you're not sure what to expect. But I'm always impressed by our staff that when they come up there, they come up here and they're prepared. Their staff reports are very informative. So I want to thank Roberto Chavez and Mindy Wilcox, especially for today's, both of those reports that you did verbally and also that were put in writing. That being said, please everyone have a blessed Thanksgiving with your loved ones. And remember, the pandemic is still moving forward, so be mindful. Be very mindful and be safe. So happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Dodson, District 4.
I'm Councilman Franklin, and
Okay.
4.
I'm sorry.
Although I am a short timer.
You know what?
Although.
I was still thinking about the other guy. That guy. Councilman Franklin,
Yeah, you
District 4.
clearly are not a monarch. I didn't see no reds whatsoever
Right,
for Morningside High.
right.
On a personal note, just want to thank the City of Inglewood's turkey giveaway. It keeps getting bigger, bigger, and bigger because the need is greater, greater, greater. With this COVID-19 issue, a number of people have lost their jobs or reduced income dramatically. There was a definite identification that there was a great need. Many of the people, hopefully they did follow the guidelines and did the registered requirement that's required to get the vast amount of giveaway that we provided. I clearly want to thank staff and particularly Sabrina Barnes who helped facilitate the multiple lines and logistics that was needed in order to handle that. Ms. Johnson, who helped coordinate all of the, Tanisha Johnson, who helped coordinate all of the media matters that need to be done so it went smoothly. But there was one thing they failed to provide, the volunteers. And so before I acknowledge what that is, let me also reach out to my assistant, Claudette Matthews, who also came on Sunday night and did the stuff in the bags, and all the staff that did the volunteer registration. But next time when we have at the table for volunteers, provide us some Bengay and Epsom salt, because them turkeys and boxes got heavy, and I needed my bubble bath. On that note, thank you very much, and everyone be safe and enjoy your Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Councilman Morales?
I
District 3.
too want to start by thanking staff for all of the work that comes with those turkey giveaways. First, I want to say that I am truly grateful that through this COVID situation we're in, staff continues to do everything they can to make sure that all the holidays and community events are met. Had one for Halloween, had this one for Thanksgiving. They're already preparing for Christmas. In addition, they go to the events, which is putting themselves in a situation where they need to take care of themselves, protect themselves, and we're grateful. We're grateful as a community that we have these services, so I want to thank them. Another note, there were some changes made throughout the staff reports. I want to appreciate those of you who worked extra hours to make those changes. You know who you are. I thank you. And outside of that, I want to address one of the callers who the mayor addressed as well in terms of the limits for corporations. It is not true that she said that the corporations would be limited to what they contribute for or against a candidate. They would be limited to what they give a particular candidate. However, they would not be limited to participate with millions of dollars if they choose to go for or against another candidate. As a matter of fact, if they choose to do that, they would be granted the ability of not even communicating with the candidates, which that is the actual rule. So what ends up happening is that you would be transferring that control to entities that can afford to spend millions, and you would be limiting the fundraising capability of the candidates to raise equal amounts. So even though the intention of fundraising limits is to keep the honest and integrity of the election process, there are some areas where it's flawed. And we cannot lose local control by having folks that do not live here that would be very open to contributing millions of dollars for or against a council that fits their interest. And so that's really what this is about. So the fact that it's 100,000, I think that you can take that as a statement from the council saying that we feel that that's who we've become. There are people that are contributing extraordinary amounts for their own interests. So I just wanted to address that because it is not clear to many, and the caller, I believe, confused many. Thank you.
You know, and just to piggyback upon that slightly, you know, again, we had an election where someone spent over $1.25 million on a candidate, and they could have done that through a political action committee. That's more money that's been spent on any 6 elections in the history of the city. And so to say that a candidate has to raise money $4,700 at a time is so unfair as to be ridiculous. Again, do you want people elected that are beholden to people with lots of money, or do you want candidates that raise money based on their own merits and are able to make independent decisions as to how they run their campaigns? That's all I have to say about that. I want to thank SoFi, Pepsi, Donnelly Farms, the LA Food Bank, the last 4 for providing all that food. Snoop Dogg, who comes out and supports us regularly on events for the community. For those of you who don't know, his studio is in Inglewood, and he's a diehard fan of Inglewood and its residents. I want to thank City of Landaverde, Kathy Ayers, Yolanda Parsons, for coming and volunteering. You know, this is COVID time, and for people to come out and make sure that people eat is incredible. I want to especially thank Tanisha Johnson, who organized this entire event, and she has another job. She's Transportation Demand Coordinator, and even though things are at a hiatus right now with COVID, she has a full-time job, and it takes a lot to put these things together. So Tanisha, I want to thank you, and I want to close the meeting in the name of Mr. Williams, the father of Toya Ferguson. I'm sorry, Toya Ferguson. He passed just recently, and we just, our hearts go out to her and her family. Toya Ferguson, thank you very much. We're adjourned.